ding, ding. Adverts, okay. And welcome to Amber Skies. I'm Blades. Twitch is doing stupid things. Interesting advert. A glowing computer. Why do they need to glow? Huh? Never mind. Let's get rid of that. Right. Where are we up to? If. Oh God. If. Yes, I can see an if statement. Right, well, before I do that, server. No, I just want the file. Thank you. Silly, silly thing. Local server, let's put you to set a startup. We can get rid of that. We only want this file. Now, what do I want this file for? This. AmberNet, receive data. How can I run this so that it's not going to cock up? Let's just put trust in... I don't know. I've got Telnet, haven't I? Alright. Well, it doesn't really matter. Let's take you out. So it just goes straight through. Right. There's no loop. So it should just go blum and finish. Correct? Bit of a firewall. There you go. So it did. It just went straight through. So that is non-blocking. That's very important. That doesn't stop the program. Good. Test complete. I'm happy. Yeah, test complete. I don't care. Right, now onwards. Onwards and downwards. Yes. Hello. Who we got here? I don't understand that statement. At all. If it doesn't block, it doesn't block. I don't think it does anyway. We'll check. Good point. Ah. How do we check? I've got this one. Okay, no, we can't check from here. Yeah. SDL2 network is net, that one. Author, documentation on this site. Framed. Alright, let's try that top one. Ah, here we go. So what are we actually using? We are using... This is UDP. TCP listening functions are blocking. Yes, I know that. That's why I did a test on this one, because I didn't know. Yeah. Where is it? So, UDP receive. Let me just check that that's what we're actually using. That I'm looking at the right thing. Does help, doesn't it? SDLNet UDP receive V. Vector, yes. Thank you. Blah, 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 blah. Receive a packet specifies sockets. Yeah. Packet you pass must have enough of the date size. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Means you should have knowledge of your size. Yeah, thank you very much. About a foot. Before trying to receive UDP packets, the packet will have its address set to the remote sender's address. Correct. Socket channels are checked in highest lowest order. Yeah. Inbound. Right, we're only using one channel. Address bound will be retrieved. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Address port assigned to it. Otherwise, channel, yeah, -1, which you can filter. And ignore unbound addresses. Note the local remote channel numbers do not blah, 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 blah. It's non-blocking. It's UDP. It shouldn't block. Non-packet. This is a non-blocking call. Right, thank you. So I can add that. And that goes in. I don't know. No, I know it's a non-blocking call. Set a startup project. I just had to check that it was, because what I'm about to do is a bit stupid. 100 receiver functions called at the same time. It will block if it's not in a thread. Well, it is in a thread. It's in the main thread. Right. This is what I was doing yesterday. I was looking for a way to split down so we can send a data string. What I wanted to be able to do was read it, split it down, and decide what things mean. So this splits things down into its individual parts. I don't know where this program is up to, so I'm just going to run it. There we go. So it splits items down. If you have a look at the items we've got, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 hash. And we're using the hash as a delimiter. So it will split that line of text, which we could send and receive, which we've already demonstrated. We've done that. Now we can split it down. We can decide what to do with these numbers. Now that's great. All good and fine. How technical should I go with this? Because this piece of code, to me, I'll show you. Is that not a breakpoint? I pressed the wrong button. Okay, technical's good. Right. Why can't I brake at that point? Because it's the wrong place. Okay. Debug X64. And it's not braking. Oh right, if you're working on the 3D game engine, then just ask away. Why don't my breakpoints work? Any ideas? If there's any questions you want answering about 3D, dead easy. Start without debugging. I can't stop the program. My debugging has crashed. Oh, I love Windows. Why did I do it on Windows? Never mind. Do I have to do a rebuild? Oh, we got it. We had to do a rebuild. Fine. So, this piece of code that we wrote at the end of yesterday, which is the simplest form of breaking down a string that I can find. I tried multiple ways of doing this, and we tested and did research and all the rest of that rubbish. And yeah, there's well, not a problem. Now my breakpoints aren't working. Here we are. I'll go full screen with this. It might be easy for you lot. Yeah, this is the assembler. So here's our code. There's our line of text. Alright, so all that does is store our line of text at that location. Or wherever it wants to store it. It moves it out. Okay, to a pointer. Wherever it's storing things in memory. So we then go into this loop. For here. And it's this loop that I want you to look at. So it goes from that bracket to that bracket. Alright, so this is the assembly code for it here. Okay, and it gives you an idea on the right hand side of what it's doing. Yeah, let's just talk about one of these lines. And it starts here. Jump if not equal to. Jump That's your break to get out. Remember, this is an infinite loop. Jump, if equal to. Jump. Can you see what I'm getting at? And jump. Now, you do need a jump because it's a loop. You can't get rid of one of them, but it's the rest of them. How computers work, CPUs, what they do is when it gets to this point here and it's executing, let's have a look here. When it gets to this point here and it's starting to execute, we've got this if statement. And that if statement is just basically a jumper. So it's jump if not equal to and a jump out of this infinite loop if it is equal to, I suppose. No, not equal to. Oh, equal to, God knows what. I'll get it the right way around in a minute. It says equal to. Oh, right, yes. But it jumps past that 07 3DH, 07FF 7A2, C22 F3D. So it actually jumps to F3D there. There's a problem. That instruction there gets loaded up with that instruction there into your CPU. It loads that instruction, that instruction, that instruction, that instruction, and then it thinks, the CPU thinks it's going to need this instruction as well. So it buffers it, and it's called read ahead. What CPUs generally do in a program is they will load up a page of instructions at a time. So all of this will have been loaded up. The problem is, as soon as that says, oh, jump not equal to, we can't do this line anymore, so it flushes that whole buffer from there all the way down. From that point on, it just flushes the whole lot. It then goes to that there and reloads it all, including all of this lot. And then we get to a JE, which goes to F93H. Which is here. And if that jump is initialized, it's got all of this lot, so it flushes the buffer and then loads up from here and gets all of the next. Can you see what I'm saying? We are flushing the buffer quite a lot with this code. Flushing the buffer, by the way, on CPU is a very long and labour-intensive task for it. Because it then has to reload the buffer, which again is a memory access, and memory access is slow. Which is why it has a read ahead. It's quite weird. Basically, you stop the CPU until your buffer's back correct, and then you carry on running the program. And it's that gap. It's that gap that makes a mess of your program, and it's why a lot of programs run so goddamn slowly. Now, saying that, we need to experiment. So we need to set up an experiment. But we need to also keep in mind that one of these jumps we can't get rid of. And it's these if statements here. 3 if statements, because that's an if statement as well. It's else if. We just don't put the if on the end. You can if you want. So this here, it's not badly written, but it will execute quite slowly compared to the rest of the program, because nowhere else in the program do we have an if statement. So what I'm going to do is we're going to use SDL, and it's what, G get. It'll be capital tick, get ticks. Okay, let's see how this works. We're going to time it. Are you going to tell me how it works or not? No, you're not, because I haven't stopped the program. So, it's a uint32, SDL, get ticks, doesn't need anything else. So uint32 we can abbreviate. So that's a U32 because I've coded that already. And we will call this start time. There we go. Let's just separate this off because this is going to be a timing test. I want people to be aware of what's happening behind the scenes, and I think this is the best way of doing it, is talking about it, because you don't get taught this. You can go for your O levels, A levels, you can go for your degree, your masters, and nobody talks about it. So I'm going to talk about it. So we're going to do a timing test between that point there and this point here. So I'm going to put a double there. Okay. One bracket there. Just want to move this out. Thank you. Alright, so that's our timing test. So we need to create a situation under which we can time it. So the end result is going to be here, and that will just be what, U32. Yeah. Result, time result. Equals SDL underscore get ticks. I don't know if anybody's ever talked about this actually. They must have somewhere. Minus start time. This will be in milliseconds. And then all we do is we printf. And it'll be timing test. And if I'm spelling things wrong, tough. Test result equals %u milliseconds. that, comma, and it's just time result. Simple, isn't it? Just to set up a simple time result. Now, I already know the answer to what I'm about to say, but if we run it now, basically what we're going to get, a breakpoint. That was clever of me, didn't remove it. There we go. Timing test result equals 0 milliseconds. That's not a good test, is it? So, we need to show how much time it's going to do. Now, an easy number to use is 1,000. So what we're going to do instead is just put 4. Int t equals 0. T is less than 1,000. And t plus t. Let's do it correctly. All right, we'll just do that 1,000 times. And we need to clean the buffer, do we? Probably. Where's our buffer? Got to be careful with this because I want this to be repeated as well. Cut. Paste. See if it'll do it now. Might do. Hot reload. Buff identifier buffer split is undefined. It's there. Huh? Rebuild. Line 107. Oh, we're using it down here. Oh right, we're using it on the printf, aren't we? Get rid of you. Shh. Nobody saw that. Access violation, reading location there. So it's not going to be that simple to time it, is it? It's about to limit, yes, yeah. We're not resetting them, are we? It's them too. Yeah, thank you. Oh. God. Undeclared identifier at 107. La 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 la. La 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 la. Just take out that bit. We're still getting 0 milliseconds. Yeah, line 70. Yeah, it's okay with that. As long as we reset these two, it's fine. It was these two that was causing the error. They were only being increased, never decreased. Never being reset, basically. That's what it was complaining about. Right. We can't get a simple timer working. Timing test result. I instead of E. All right, is it? It's not a meter, it's an I. Oh, thank you. Very kind. You're just trying to make me look good, aren't you? By the way, I'm not a professional programmer or anything like that. I'm a systems analysis. Right, so this isn't looking too good. Okay. Yeah, limit, not meter. Yeah, I've got you. Start time equals %u. I don't think it's doing this properly. That's why I'm doing a check on it. \n. That's just start time. Yeah, I'm gonna get this right if it kills me today. You're struggling with channels in Golang. Oh, it's okay. What are you using channels for in Golang? Is it for the drawing functions? You may need to convert, put a conversion line in to re-establish what the item is. It's usually a behind-the-scenes usage of a variable. Yeah. Yeah, it's used to pass information between different processes, yeah. It's one of the things that I was having problems with initially in C, where we were sending data, trying to send data across, but because of the way Visual Studio was compiling it, it wasn't working quite right, and then we had to clean up the data. I can show you that. Oh no, you'd have to watch yesterday and how I cleaned up the data. I had to use a mem copy and put zeros in. I don't know if I kept that or not. No, I've done it afterwards. I've done the mem set afterwards instead, just to clear up the memory. But usually it's because of something called padding. When you send data between two processes, there is padding depending on the size of your data. If your data, say you're on a 32-bit machine and your data is 8 bits long, then there's padding for the other, 24 bytes is padding. And when you receive it at the other end, you're not just receiving your information, you're receiving the information plus padding And that padding can interfere with whatever you use to receive it into. So sometimes you just need to take that padding out. Yeah, it's weird. Goddamn weird. Which is what I had to do with a mem set. To clear out whatever trash was in memory. Then I had to receive on top of that memory, and then I could actually convert that into something I could use, like what do we use? A char. Simple as that, char. Ah, right. It should do it for you. I don't trust, but you know, it's one of those things. Start time. I will break this into two things. A U32. End time. There we go. Takes care of the nitty gritty. God, I'm not. This is why I wanted to show underneath, because you're about to see something that Golang isn't doing, and you'll see why I use C. I'm hoping today. I just need this timing thing to work. Start time equals 1. I'm doing this oh, sugar. I just realised what I'm doing. I know what's happening. Damn it. This is going to be tricky. This is going to be very tricky. We might have to do something very, very silly in a minute. This is end time. Just doing. This is just simple timing. Okay. Yeah. Start time and end time are the same. Add a 0. Oh, God, it's a modern computer, isn't it? I need a slower computer. There we go. Finally. It's because I've got a fast computer. So I can't do it 100,000. We're going to have to do it 1,000,000 times. My God. We can do it 1,000,000 times in 34 milliseconds. 10 million times, maybe? Should be 340 milliseconds, shouldn't it? No, I'll stick with milliseconds. It's okay. it isn't 340. We're getting more accurate now. We've got 331. We'll just add one more 0. There we go. That's perfect. 3,000. That's 3.3 seconds. And you could see it. Right. As long as I've got that delay and you can see that it's doing it, that's fine. I was thinking of just putting dots going across the screen, but it'd be that fast, it'd be stupid. Right, so we've got a timer. We're going to run it a couple of times. Okay. It's 3311. Tab. Three, 3, 1, 8. Now you can start optimizing, yeah. 3329. That'll do. That gives me a range. And notice it's going up. Does it carry on going up? How long will we do this? No, doesn't. Okay. So what we're looking at is around about 3,300. Just make sure I haven't got anything else running. Okay. Lovely. I should have done it on air, really. Right. So the first thing I want to do is address the one thing we can't remove, and that's the final jump for a loop. So there are different ways of looping, and at the moment we've got an infinite loop, which is bad. Very bad. Because we have true. There's no condition to stop it. That's our condition. So this for loop has to go. How can we change that? We'll change it in a second. I'm just thinking it through. We're going to change it into a while loop. I think that's only fair. And instead of making it infinite, we'll give it a condition. And we're going to see if this makes any difference whatsoever. I haven't asked for Visual Studio to do any optimization. I hope. That shouldn't have STL checks on, but anyway. Doesn't matter. I hope. Right, we've got maximum optimization, favor speed. Now I'm going to leave it on that, because that's what it was set to. So you'd expect it to be really fast. And it is. That's just modern computers. Right, so this can change. No, this line can change, yeah. To a while loop. While? Go on, we'll give it a space. Line of text. Line of text. Index. So, cut. Not equal to. So we have to reverse that instruction there. And we just need index. From there to there. And at the end, we can take the for loop out. We just need to increase the index. If break no longer exists. And it's just index plus plus. Done. So we've taken the first if statement out and we've turned it into a while loop. Does that make any difference, do you think? Right, where's our while loop? Index plus plus. Well, we've still got all these JEs. That's the for, data, while. Here we go. Now we are from here, this line, down to data plus plus, isn't it? Index plus plus. There. Move, move, move. No jumps. There's a jump there still. Should be a jump at the end. Yeah, it's that one there. That's the one we can't get rid of, where the little green arrow is. If line of text JE. Jump. We've now got 2. Should it be faster? And a third one. But there's no code. There's 2 jumps. It won't rebuffer those. It'll go back in the buffer. Yeah, doesn't matter. It's an optimization trick that happens. That's done by the compiler. Well, that's irrelevant. Okay, so I've had a look at the disassembly, and it's now down to 2 jumps plus the one we can't remove. So we know exactly what's going on now, and it's looking a bit cleaner here. So does that mean it's going to work? Three 786. Bet you weren't expecting that. Three 791. What's going on, Blades? You've made it worse. 3781, correct, I have. With while loop. And that was with for next. Look. Why is that? That's quite, that in computer terms, that's quite a bit of difference. And it's because of those double jumps at the end, if you really want to know. But you can see it's changed. The assembly code has changed. And the compiler is trying to optimize for us and isn't quite sure about what we're trying to do because of this double jump business. So it's a bit tricky. The while isn't going to work quite as we want it. But it does open up something else. This if-else statement. Right. What are we actually doing? We are doing that line there. And I have got the equal sign in the wrong place. So we're doing something twice. Do we have to? Now, if this was C++, this would be very, very simple, but it isn't. This isn't an if-else, this is an or. So we either want to store and add to current character, or we want to finish and reset current character. Right, so let's bring you up. Let me just get this set up. Does help if it's not got paperwork all over it. So what we have basically is blocks of memory going that way, and blocks of memory going that way. Okay. Well, the initial. So this is the initial address, memory address. This is stored characters. And we have two options. So there are two options. We can store a character. So two options. We can either or, so it's store character or null, which is \0. And we can increase our index or, and it's big ors, reset. And that's what's actually happening. Do we need if statements for this? Do we need if statements for that? Not quite sure. It's easier to think about it as an if statement, but it isn't, is it? It's an or statement. One action or another is happening twice. So this doesn't really equal. That line there should only be used once. That line there should only be used once. And I'm not sure about the data item. Do I need to reset? So it's null plus data item. And that's going to cause a problem. So this is data item here as well. Plus null. Just get a note on that. See if we can invent something completely stupid. So this is the line that I'm really interested in. What we want that to be is equal to some character. So I've got data item, current character, and character to store. Okay, now we don't know what that is. We know it's a character. So we'll have a character. Probably spell this one wrong as well. Character. I should have a... This is the problem with Visual Studio. It doesn't have a thingy for me. Character to store there. So what character do we want to store? Well, equals null. Which is the void star 0, or that. Okay. So I've got that bit. We can store that. If we're doing that, then the data item is either added. Okay. I've still got an if statement because of that plus. We'll see. So all we need to know is which character do we want to store? That or that? Oh, I think we can rewrite that bit. So character to store should equal I'll open brackets. Delimiter so it's going to be line of text index. Is that there? So I'll copy that. Control V. And that would be delimiter times. That's going to give us a 0. Will that keep it null? So what have I done? This is an equation which the CPU will look at and say, is that true or false? If it's false, that is 0. If it's true, that is 1. Delimiter is a number. It says character, but all characters are stored as an ASCII code. And we are using hash. Let me just, will it actually show me or not? Yeah, 35. It's an int. If you look up on the ASCII table, the hash code, it's number 35. So what we really have is 35 times 1 or 0, depending on the outcome of that bracket. So, current character equals 0 or plus 1. Well, that's easy, really, isn't it, when you think about it? Current character equals 0 or plus 1. Equals, actually it's plus equals, isn't it? No, we'll do it properly. I'll show you it properly. I'll do it in longhand. Current character plus, well, it's this delimiter thing, isn't it? or is it? So you can add 0 or 1. That might not be what we want. We might want it to equal something. So what we want it to equal so if that's true, that's 1. Gotta reverse that, haven't I? Oh no. We want it to be false, don't we? Yeah, I've got it. I'm going to leave it as a not. So, if it's true, it's 1. So it adds 1. Oh no, I'll sort that out in a minute. Don't worry. Readability. Oh right, yeah, I know why I'm doing it this way. It's perfectly alright. I've just got to work out the zeros and ones. So that has to be false. If it's true, then we add 1. Yes, that's correct. But we have a reset. How do you do a reset? Well, what would happen if that was true? Then the 0 would be added. Which means that we can now do this again, but in reverse. If you see what I mean. So we want this to be true. Yeah, false. True. That's true. Yeah, I hate not signs. This is why I didn't like this not sign, because it messes my brain up. Right. Next line. Current character equals minus current character. No, it doesn't. It equals current character, because there's a not there, multiplied by a true or false statement, a 0 or a 1. And we want it to be a 1 or a 0. Again, it's the same comparison. Now, because this is the same comparison each time, we're going to get something weird happening. So, if that is not true, sorry, if that is true, it's a 1. So if line of text index is not equal to delimiter, we get the number 1. If it... No. Yes. If it does equal the delimiter, this becomes false. Which is a 0. And 0 times anything is 0. Okay, we've got that bit. But we've got this hash sign, this delimiter still. To work out. We've checked that bit, but we haven't put in the null. We have to return it to null. Well, we don't even need to set it to null to start off with, really. We might be better just doing that for now. We may have to set it. Can you see what I'm doing? We have, so far, character to store. We haven't finished that. Current character, increase, index, or reset. So we've done that. No, we haven't. We haven't done the data item. Yeah, absolutely. This code will work on any machine in any way, shape or form. I'm doing this on purpose to show you how you can avoid these if statements. This one's a difficult one to do because we've got that plus data item thingy. So we've got that to a 0. Data item. Data item is always plus plus, we never reset it. That should be easy then. It's an interesting experiment, shall we say. Data item equals data item I'm doing it in longhand, don't worry. Plus 0 or 1. And that's dependent on the delimiter. Oh look, it's dependent on exactly the same thing. It works. Do you want to see it on a Linux machine? This is a Linux machine. Well, it's going to show you that in a minute, isn't it? Blades, please. See if that works. It does. There you go, that's Linux. Okay. CD service. CD test server. And there you go. Nano UDP underscore underscore local server. There you go. It's a direct copy. Absolute direct copy. all you have to do is make sure that you have SDL and SDL network installed on your machine. That's it, basically. So yeah, it works on any machine. And as you can see, we do have a builder, so we can build it. Tab key? No, I don't use that, I just type. I'm just slow, that's all. Exit. Lovely. So, yeah, works on any machine. I write code basically. It'll work on Mac as well, by the way. You just use, what is it, Brew? I think the program is to install SDL and GCC. And you can just build it in the same way and use the same build file that I've got there. You can port everything that I've got on the Linux machine straight onto a Mac. And as long as you've used Homebrew to install the SDL2 and SDL2 network and GCC development pack, you can just build it using the same thing. You get a different assembler code. Yes, you would. Absolutely. As long as you assemble it on the machine you want to run it on, it's fine. Isn't that weird? You're probably now wondering why all these AAA games don't work on every machine. It's because people are lazy and don't write in the correct language. There's nothing here looking at what machine we're on. Doesn't matter. The code doesn't care. So data item equals that plus 0 or 1. We never ever need to do anything else with data item. That null thing. I'm going to trust that the code will put a null in. I don't think it will. I think it's going to put a 0 in. So we may have to recode that part. No, it's okay. We should have used Golang. Ah dear. That's probably one too many languages for me to learn nowadays. Right, so what we missed? Just store character null, I think. Data item we've got. I think, don't think we've got this. Right, so what we want to see is, one, will it compile? Oh no, it's all right. If you want Golang as your main language, go for it. Absolutely, 100%. If you are happy with a language and it suits your purpose, Use it. Use it to the nth degree. Never let anybody tell you otherwise. Absolutely. So we've now changed those statements into those statements. Okay, let me just alter these. Got to get these in the right order. That's correct. I think that's in the right order now. Now, I don't think this is going to run. Or work, should I say. Should we find out? Just for a laugh. Five, 4, 5, 9 milliseconds. No idea if it worked, by the way. That's beside the point. Five, 4, 5, 9. I'll keep testing this. Five, 4, 5, 5. This is interesting. Did you know why it's going up? It doesn't really matter about that, was it right? Easy to read, syntax like Python, and execution speed not that far from C++. It's massively way worse than C++. 5, 4, 5, 9. Okay. Should give us the same result each time. And this is with no if statements. But, well, I really not bothered about the timings, but this is why you do not optimize your code, or pre-optimize your code. Pre-optimization. Which is better, this or this? Does exactly the same thing. Well, except for that slash there, which I've ignored. It does exactly the same thing. So, just do a rebuild. Okay. Odd that it went up. No, it's not. I can tell you why that happened. Where's me thingy gone? Oh, it didn't stop. Urgh. I want to break at that point there. Clean. Rebuild. Thank you. I don't want it to run. Okay, let's just have a quick look at this. Why is it slower? You're about to find out. So, we do have this JE still, which we can't get rid of. JE, jump. So there's 2 there. JE, jump. 4, 5, 6, whatever. You can see the point. It's because the assembly is wrong. To bring the timing down, you would have to include SIMD. Otherwise, you can't compile it into a comparative simulation, basically. So you can see how this has changed the whole code, but instead of just removing the jumps, it's added them. That's because our initial was so simple, and it's got that thing in it, which we haven't really addressed. But you can see what's happening though. So it's moving all the things in, it's then doing a comparison, and then it's jumping on the comparison of true or false. And it shouldn't, because it's a plus. There's your plus, there, add. That's not right. It means that the compiler doesn't know what we're doing. It doesn't recognize what we're doing, so it's improvising and breaking that down into an if statement. So the compiler is converting this back into an if statement and then popping it in there. Fantastic. So all of these have been converted to if, sorry, that's, if and else. One or zero. 1 or 0. We've got an if-else on every single one of them. Yeah, absolutely. The optimizer doesn't know what we've done. But that's called pre-optimization. You'd have to turn the optimizer off to get the correct results. But the correct results would still be bad because there is optimization in your compiler as well. It's because our compiler doesn't recognize this style of programming. And that's the truth, because nobody teaches it. So it uses if statements. Yeah. It's inserting if statements between the brackets. Very nice. Can't believe that. Well done, Visual Studio. I'm thinking of running this on Linux. I just wanted to show how compilers work. That's perfectly okay. Good. That worked out quite well. You can affect the way your programs are compiled by using different techniques. You can't. Well, you can, I suppose. Yeah. It's fine. I think that's absolutely fine. I just want you to show that under the hood, do you know what your compiler's doing? And that's the point of this piece of research that I did. You have the same code 3 times. Yeah, that's right. I do. So the compiler is producing the same code 3 times. And it doesn't have to. But I find that interesting. I was wondering if it was going to work or not. There you go. One sec. I think it would... No, I want to keep the while loop. It's slower, but it isn't. It's saying here that the while loop is slower, but it actually isn't later on. But that's a different story. For loop. Get rid of. Time test, get rid of. There we go. Stuff it, I'll revert. It's easier. No, that was the quickest way of doing it, wasn't it? Just leave it as it is then. I just wanted to show you people that if statements aren't always the way to do things. It depends on your compiler. But now we have to finish this off. Sorry, I got completely distracted in amongst all of this. There we go. Anything else up top? No. Right, so I've done the if statements. Out of the way here. Done that. We've proved that what we've got is correct and possibly the best usage of our compiler. That's all we've proved. Bit of research, I like it. Security we've covered. You don't have any hacking. You don't have any. There's no reason to hack our mission. Well, there's no reason to hack our program because there's no way to do it at the moment. Right, where are we up to? User ID, service request code, data for that code. Right, this needs to be in a library. So let's do that. Let's first of all make it into a function. Okay. Buffer split index. So that's our data. We keep that. Okay. So what are we going to call this? We've got a library. Comes under data, conversions. Amber split string. Okay. Alright, we need the buffer to be returned. No, we don't, so it's a void. Data. Did I actually do it with the last one? Yeah, amber data, split string. Yeah, got you. Amber data, split string. We need the following. We need a line of text. Character string. Yeah. What else do we need? We need a buffer. We'll keep that the same then. It is a char. It's a char star. I want the address. We want the addresses. We don't want copies of the data. We can take a copy of the character string. Because that doesn't matter, does it? No. We can't. Right, it's got to be the address. Buffer split. Buffer split. That'll do. And of course we want a delimiter. That's just a char. That's it. And of course a space at the end. So the core part of this is the initial part here. Did I run this and make sure it worked? Yeah, it works. Okay. That's ours to play around with. So we want to take that part. Cut that out. Pop you in here. Current character. A line of text. Okay. What's wrong with our delimiter? I'll come back to that. Copy. Line of text. Line of text. Line of text. Spelt incorrectly. I don't like this. Is it a star star? Thank you. It's a two-dimensional array, so it's the address of the first part, or the first top left of the array. I always call it top left. I always think of arrays going down, not up. But it's up to you. Alright, I think I'm nearly happy with that. Just make sure I've got a header file. So header file done. Good. Data item, blah, 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 blah. Alright, you don't have the data item anymore. Okay, we have to return that. It's an int. And that's return data item. Okay. And that's now bing, an int. I'm just going to call it an int for now. I'll get around to redoing all of this. So, int data item. I'm going to call it num data items. Because that reads better. We need a buffer split. Equals. And we'll put one of those on the end, and we'll do that. Right, so line of text, comma, buffer split, comma, and delimiter. There we are, all done. Everything remains the same. I don't think I've done it right. Oh dear. Oh, I've got a warning. Char star star differs in levels of indirection from char 1020. Okay, and let's be more definitive about what I want it to do. I want you to send in the address of that, please. AM data, yeah. So we're still getting different types for formal and actual parameter too. Line 69. Does it matter? Yes, it does. God damn you. Can't do it. You can only receive that. I see. I don't want to put pointers in there. That's why I want the star star. I knew I was going to have problems with buffer split. What is the actual problem with it? -1. That means I'm not receiving the correct address. I am receiving an error. Yeah. I'm not getting the address. I can force the address. No, I can't. Oh. I remember this one. There's an easy way of doing it. Okay. Alright, these become char buffers. We just don't have one yet. That's fine. That'll work. Who's going to own it? Amber Data can own it. Yeah, Amber Data can own this in the end. I think that's where it's going to end up. Don't quote me. I don't know yet. So that's what I'm going to call it for now. And that goes here. That means we need our definitions. And these can go to the right place now. Excellent. All of that'll all get changed. Line of text and a delimiter. That's all we've got left. You go. You disappear. Character buff goes there. Okay. Are we happy? Nearly. my god, this is going to work. We do need a control for that variable, because it's now global. People say, don't use global variables. Rubbish. Use global variables. Sheesh. Just make sure you have controls for them. Am I happy? No, but hey ho. I'm not happy with it yet, don't worry. Okay, that's that line there. Thank you. And it works. Absolutely fine. We need a control for that, which is a simple void amber data reset buffers. That. Okay. It's done. Put it in the wrong place, as typical. Now you're wondering, why would you need that? Because we don't know who's using it. We don't know if it's been used, and we haven't a clue whether it's got data in or not. And we don't want anybody else's data. We want our data. So it's going to be a simple for next loop. Int index. I don't use I don't like it. Equals 0 to, whilst index is less than or equal to, ooh, less than whatever the X factor is. And let's back up here. Max data items, max data item length. So that's your X factor. Semicolon plus plus index. Let's get a for loop going. For each character in that, for int each char character equals 0, whilst each character, sorry, character index, dar, there you go, character index. This is line index. So character index needs to be the other one. And that's going to be less than max data item length, semicolon, plus plus character index. There we go. It'll buy the screen. There you go. Got a wider screen now. Actually, no, I will keep that though. I don't normally write my for statements like that, but you can do. There's no problem with doing that. Memset. Destination is whichever buffer you're using. This one. Comma. I want the address, don't I? I don't need the second for loop. It's got a T size. God damn it, I'm an idiot. What do we want to put in there? I'll do this properly in a second. 0. And that is that. You don't exist. It's a mem set of buffer. Line index. Do you not need that? I don't think you do. That's a star. Memset just wants a single star. It just wants the start address, doesn't it? Well, that's the start address. If I was doing it properly, I'll put the 0 in. And put it back to an address. That's the full version. I'm so used to doing this that I forget how to do it. It's typical of me, isn't it? I can't remember a thing. They'll teach me to take painkillers. That's all GL. That's a malloc. think it's only mallocs. I do have vectors. Oh, good. Maybe you just need the malloc. No. I need to clear the data. We can do an initializer and a destructor as well. For that buffer. And destructor may be a good idea. But at the moment I'm not bothered. What have I missed? Nothing. Will that work? There's a way to check it, of course. I need to check that it works. It looks okay. Goes there. Actually, no, it doesn't. It's not up to the user to reset the buffer. It's up to Amber data. I don't like it in that slot either. Goes that. You're the owner. Amber data is the owner, so Amber data should reset the buffer for you. Just for a test. Then I'll take it back out again. Num data items is that one. Paste. Have you got experience in Java games coding? A little. Java's basically C++-ish, C# thing. RuneScape. Are those Java or C#? Oh, thank you for the follow. A little message just popped up. Very kind of you. Tutankhamun Jr. Tutankhamun Jr., sorry. Private servers are Java which use Kotlin. Yeah. Sometimes Maven. Yeah. That's right. You can mess around with the files, alright. I mean, the RuneScape files. I don't have a set of them, but... Perfect. It zeroes them out. C#. Probably. I mean, C#, Java, C++, they're all in the same ballpark, really. Yeah. Java is outdated in terms of making a game. No, not really. You can write games in Java. I just struggle with the objects, or the objectivity of it, because it's so damn restricted in that area where C++ isn't. So I would tend to go towards C++ rather than C#. To be honest. Ah, right. If Amber data... This is a good one. Thank you. If Amber data reset buffers leaked memory or had some other problem, we would have no way of knowing. That's incorrect. You will have a way of knowing, and the easy answer is it's not up to us, the programmer of this program. The thing is, what people don't understand is what that symbol there means. And it's always at the end, and it's actually a command. It's a command to the operating system to say, you can have your resources back. Now, this little baby here doesn't have that. Look, there's nothing here. That's why there's supposed to be a space here, actually. There's no command to say, hey, you can have your resources back. But, and here's the big but, because you're quite right about the memory leak, that if you put it into a memory leak checker, it would scream at you. Which is why I thought, you know, initializer and destructor may be a good idea. But we already have one. Currently, in this program, you have your initializer here, and you have your destructor, funnily enough, here, line 115. This has a little thing in front of it. Sorry, this is a special one. This tells the operating system, hey, all of this memory that we've got, you can have it back now. And then it's up to the operating system to claim it all back. And that will include global variables. So there is already an initializer, and a destructor. What you should do is protect your operating system because it's stupid, and do your own. Why define the IP in the code? Because that's the IP I'm using for now. This is test code. All of this is test. Development. Research and development only. It's not a program. Okay, I think we're working. We are working. What, this stuff? My God, no. You wouldn't want this. Oh, users won't need to change a thing. Oh, that's easy. That's absolutely easy. You just put your own in. But what you do for that is you set up a structure for the user of your game library and say, please fill in this structure and we'll do the rest. That's how it works in C. And all you do is fill that structure in and send it into your game lib, and the game lib does the rest. That's the way it should work. So, yeah, I haven't done that. Because I'm just putting this one into the game lib now. So, what we can do now, we've split it out into 2 files. I'll take you first. I want you at the top. Max data items, amber char and buffers, all of that lot's got to come over. And that's all at the top, isn't it? It's hash defines. So you can go in common. Oops, I just spilt something. That's clever of me. Let me just get that out of the way. Actually, no, just do it like that. That's fine. Okay, so we got the data, AmberNet data. I haven't got that one reset. Don't need to. Okay. The conversion.c. Okay, everything's happy here. Conversion.h. Can take these. I use header files in C, by the way. You're not supposed to. Or that's not the old way of doing things. Put it that way. Alright, are we okay with that file? Yeah, we can put that file to bed. Save. That's your headers done. We're clean. Got conversion there. Everything's still looking good. I'll take the lot. And that goes at the bottom. Split data string down. Done. Yes. Dink. Now, decision time. Do we create a function to convert each item into a number? Do we do that or not? I think the answer depends on how helpful we want to be to the user. I mean, what we're really talking about, maybe the user doesn't want it as numbers, but I do, and that's all you have to do. Console emulation code, how it's parsed and stuff. Yeah, open a window. We can have a look at that if you want, because we are going to be making one. So we can do a split string. Let's get it out of here. Okay. So the code that we have developed is there. It'll be a chat console. Let's put this in a server. It's non-blocking. Needs protection. And the data incoming can now be split. Just do the include. It's something. Okay, we'll do it that way then. There you go. Great. How long does it take Visual Studio to recognize I've just added a file? Save, maybe? Oh well. It's undefined. Yet it's global. That tells me there's something wrong with picking up on the header file. So it has to go in the other header file. We gave it... Yikes, we gave it thingies, didn't we? Yeah. That's right. So we gave it to somebody. So that is owned by you. There we go. That works okay. Get things in the right files and it works. Client server. Perfect. Okay, unresolved linker. Amber data split string. That's unresolved. So let's have a look at our header. Character string and delimiter, that's why, maybe. No, I've got a line of text. I think it's throwing a bit of a paddy. I don't want to run it though. Oh, damn it. If I run it, it's going to make a mess, isn't it? Let's be honest. We'll have a local server going on our machine here. Oh, that might not be a good idea. Okay. It can't find amber data split string. What we're doing in our client, did I put things back to normal? Okay, split strings out. That's the original test for sending data. You should have nothing in here to do with it. We don't have a common here. Good. I don't like the idea of having this hanging around, but yeah, it's not needed, by the way. It's just extras. It's just a bit of extra code that I've left added at one stage to explain something. There we go, get rid of it. And so is that. That's a reset. Pop that there. Otherwise your data out doesn't work. Okay. I think we're there. With one linking error. And I know why. Because I didn't rebuild my game lib. There we go. Hold on. Multiple initializations going on with error. What? 56, yeah. But where's the other one? Dumbo. Ah, right, it's there. We'll take that out then, can't we? Okay. I think we've got rid of everything now. Yeah. Right, we need to see that it all works. We need better data going through. Alright. So what we'll do is we'll do multiple pieces of information. I could really do with a randomizer, couldn't I? Yeah. That looks better. No, we'll call it. We'll have a 6. And we'll have 7, 8, 9 there. Right, that's my client. We're going to send that data. Okay. Alright, so under service, aren't we? Test server. Game lib. We need a source file. Upload. Overwrite. Thank you. And upload. Always use this action. Okay. Thank you. 24 files. Yeah, we're fine with that. I think I've just copied a load of files I didn't need to. Yeah, I have, haven't I? Oh well. Yeah, I have. We don't really need all that files, but it doesn't matter. We're not going to be looking at that, are we? Hope not. Alrighty. That looks okay. I think we're alright. Alrighty. So we transferred our files over to our server. What else is it? Okay. Right. So we're left with our file. So those are our files. We've got a build file, we've got the game lib, and we've got our C file. So if I go dot, didn't need to put space in, dot build sh. Undefined reference to amber data split string. Collect 2, error LD, return 1, exit status. Undefined reference. No warnings, no errors. Something fishy's going on, isn't it? Oh. Because I put stuff in the wrong place. Send data. I shouldn't be sending data from here. Hold on a minute. This is the client. Thank you. Duh. Text. I think that might be a problem. I think we might be better with that. Why didn't it give an error? Should have given that error. Amber split string, yeah. Ditto. I'm going to keep that anyway. Where's our game lib? We better go and make it. Game lib. Because I'm stupid. Yeah, we better do that. Remove asterisk dot o. Remove. What is it? Asterisk dot VCX proj. Do I really need that lot? Asterisk dot asterisk. It doesn't like the two asterisks, does it? Okay, whatever. Can't be bothered. We'll do it this way. Dot build sh. Done. Okay. Done. Thank you. And it's just test server. There you go. One server. Up and running. Hope this damn well works. Okay, it says it's working. There you go. And those are integers. So it's been able to split a string, remove the hash marks, and display integers. Now I know those are integers because that's what I've displayed them as. And there you go. It works. Fantastic. I'm chuffed at that. That means we've actually got all the functionality we need. Now what happens is you design the server, and that's the next steps, I guess. Does anybody want any Any help with anything? Because I've actually got free time today by the looks of it. We've completed the initial library. All we have to be able to do is transmit and receive data and be able to use them as integers. So we're sending things as characters, but that also means that we can send things as characters as well, like chat, for instance. Stuff like that. Where should we put you, matey? Can I send you to a different screen? No. That's a bit bad, isn't it? Pin, da ba da ba da. Aw. Can I not send you over? Well, that's rubbish, isn't it? What's the point of having multiple screens if I can't park something? Never mind. Never mind. What I wanted to look at next, actually, is something slightly different. Dear, I'm GUI. Let's see if... Oh god, that's bright. Alright. Is this the original files? I don't want a C++ version. Have you got a C version? End user API. And we're on 1.77. There is an org. I'm very wary about where I get things from, for obvious reasons. Okay. .86. Well, that's gone up, hasn't it, from 1.77 all of a sudden? Is this worth a look at, do you think? Do you think it's worth a look at? Has he got it working properly? So it's OCOR, Oconut, instead of coconut, I see. Oconut / IMGUI, or I'm GUI. It's public. It's free to use. Alright. And there's a gallery of what it does. Does lots of things, as you can see. And then it seems to repeat itself. Does it do this forever? Oh, right, I see. It's people adding things. Okay. You can spend a year inside this library and never come out of it. Mainly because it's really good. Previous release 1.84 added incredibly useful stack tool, which we suggest you check out. Okay. Right, peeps. Let's have a cup of coffee, stretch our legs. I think I'm going to have a look at this today. I'm writing in C. I think this is C++. But I guess we'll find out. Stretch your legs, make a cup of coffee, back in 3 minutes, and I think I'm going to find some cake. God, I found chocolate. Dealio, thank you. Okay, back ends. Metal C++ bindings. Oh, great. Okay. Docs. Examples MISC. It's free permissions license, which I suppose I use, really. You can do anything you want with the code that you see that I do. What is this written in? It says C++, but I'm not sure. And you are using CPP files. I think that's fine. There you go. C++. Not C. That's okay. I don't mind a bit of C++. It's C with a couple of pluses. How do I open this thing? Oh, does it just pull apart? Oh, it does. Oh, that's one bar of chocolate, really. Okay. Ah, I found some chocolate. Good, 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 good. Okay. Okay. Alright, a bit of usage there. What puppy? Use Git or checkout with SVN. Okay. Shall we do that? Paste. Clone. This could be interesting. That's examples. Oh, I remember this. How do I want to use it? That's the problem. So we've got I'm GUI. How do I want to use it? I don't want this. Go away. No. Off. Thank you. Close you down, close you down. Solution. Add. Is it under this little thing here? Because I can't see it. Add. New project. Here we go. C++. I'll stay with console. And this is going to be GUI sandbox. Great. Thank God for that. Let's go to Files. Shouldn't have anything in here. Ah, right. Set as a startup project. Put my screen back to where it was. And it should just run as normal. Yep, hello world, God knows why they put all of this rubbish in here. But thank you. Lovely. And today's date is the 2nd of January. Wow. Nice. Done. There we go. Need to add I'm GUI. Now, if I remember rightly, this can be a bit awkward. WordPad will do. Resources, index of file, config file. Okay. Version 1.87. Attributes. Fine. Warnings. Cup of coffee. Forward declarations. If I remember rightly, you just have to put the header file in and run it. The first time to create all the files, because this is a mess. Is there a readme docs? What? Microsoft, just open it with... Oh, for God's sakes. WordPad will do. Jesus. Yeah, I'm going bloat free graphical user interface library for C++. It outputs blah de blah de blah. Designed to enable fast iterations. Integration into games engines, real-time 3D, yeah. How it works, releases, upcoming changes. Yeah, usage. It's a self-contained within a few platform-agnostic files which you can easily compile in your application engine. They are all the files in the root folder of the repository. Okay. No specific build process is required. You can add the .cpp files to your existing project. You will need a backend to integrate Dear I'm GUI in your app. The backend passes mouse, keyboard, gamepad inputs and variety. Rendering results vertically. Yeah. So basically you're just saying include the header. Header source, header. Don't need the git ignores. So you just need config, I'm GUI, and I'm GUI draw. So, under Sandbox, we are going to add. Please note I'm in a different view. I clicked this on purpose, so I get out of these stupid filters. Don't like filter views, so I use files. Not that. Can we have files only, please? So we've got x64 GUI Sandbox. What's x64 got in it? I don't want x64. away. Just don't keep adding things that I don't want. Sandbox. Add. New folder. Make sure it says new folder. Because then you get a real folder, folks. This will be executable. That's where that's going to go. In other words, the program. Add. New folder. We'll call this source, I guess. Like that. And under source. Add new folder. And I'm just going to call it I am GUI. I'm GUI. I'm a GUI. Just going to go in there. Alrighty. So it just wants the header files. And CPP files. From there to there. Cut. Copy. Source. Repos. Huh? Who's nicked the repos? That's clever. Why is it there? Never mind. Who cares? It's in here. We're doing MMO experiment, aren't we? And we've just added a GUI sandbox for source code of IMGUI, and we will paste. Lovely. Done. Refresh. Click. And click. And add to project. Oh, include in project. There you go. Wasn't hard, was it? No, good. Right. So we've done the first bit. I usually have a common file. I think we'll have a common file. It's just a header. Just a header file, please. And I'm just going to call it GUI common. GUI. Doesn't look good like that, does it? How do I do it in the other ones? Yeah. GUI common. That'll do. So we'll add that. Lovely. Under GUI common, you go to your main, which is there, and you replace this. Include. we will also have hash include, and it will be I'm GUI. I'm GUI.h. That sets that up. Client. What are you still doing open? Weird. Sandbox, you change now to what? Oh, stupid. And that will be a source, common, complete. There we go. Everything should work. Difference is we are now compiling everything. Okay. Can I open include file? I'm GUI internal.h. No such file or directory. Did I do something wrong? Yeah. Where the hell's that then? That's projects there. You know, sometimes I just wish Microsoft would not make things difficult. Aha. So I got to draw. I got a demo by accident. Okay. Draw. We'll copy you lot as well. So what was it looking for? Internals. Yeah, that's it. And that's back in here. Projects. Experiment. GUI. Source. And GUI. Paste. Refresh. Looks good. Succeeded. I think we've got everything we need, haven't we? Yay, we have. Isn't that ace? Now, what do you do with it? Do I need a screen to put it on? Self-contained within a few platform download. Yeah. Da 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 da. Hmm? Okay. Anything else useful here? All right. That's the text. Let's call this a void test window. There we go. My tool active is undefined. I thought it would be. My colour. Alright. Any idea what it's supposed to be? It's supposed to be a bool. True or false? It says it's supposed to be a bool. Blah. Alright. Did I miss something on that page? No. It's just a copy and paste and it's got rubbish in. That's clever. Colour edit 4. Const char label, that's your colour. Float. star, colour, comma, I'm GUI, colour edit flags. Not very descriptive, but that's what it gives. We enjoy that, don't we? Anything else? Except that it's been written in block form. I don't like this style of block form. Never have done. I can't read it. And now you can put the bloody return code in here. God, that's bad. Okay. My problem is, we close here. Ah, bless. It's alright. We're going to have a look at something in a minute. Okay. Does it do anything? You're right. My bad. Forgot to tell it, didn't I? There you go. I don't like int main, but hey ho, I don't care. Initialize a local variable, my colour used. Equals a new float. I don't think you have to put that on the end. Cool. It works. That's perfect. Well done. Yeah, I know. You weren't supposed to work. Thank you. Yeah. Good. It works. There was absolutely no way it was actually going to do anything, so don't worry. Right. Let's have a look at examples. GLFW. Oh, really? Here we go. Cool. Alrighty. We've got an example to work with. I didn't see those two H's. Where are you getting the impulse from? And I've just closed the goddamn thing. Oh god, this is horrible. So I've got two things here that I haven't even seen yet. And these includes System Windows Manager. Where the hell are they getting that from? Okay. Yeah, that's okay. These includes are problematic. Oh, I see. These are for access. Jesus, why have they done that? That's bad, isn't it? So you'd need SDL, copy, paste, okay, where have you put them? Never mind. Yeah. I'm not overly happy with this. Right, that's you two. What else do we need? DirectX 11. But we've got DirectX 12 here. Why don't I have DirectX 12? Who's D3D11.h? Are you available to me? D3. I've got D12. D3, D12.h. That's you. So I'll have 12, please. This is getting to be a bit of a pain. Okay. Anything else I should know about? Oh my god, this is Windows only. Jesus. Where does SDL sys Windows Manager.h come from? What's this? Don't you just love these things? It says it's in the include file. Okay then. Fair enough. That's all I needed to know. Can't type it in yet. Alright, I think we're actually getting somewhere, but God knows where. This is going to be fun. Right. The properties. So it's project directory. Isn't it easy just to do this thing here? Just replace that. Put it into your project directory. Okay. That gets rid of you. Yes, please. Okay. Good. Oh, sugar. Delete. Goodbye. Right, that's that done. What else do we need to do? C++ is you. And you are on Windows. SDL2 includes SDL2. Okay. Can't, because it won't let me do it, because it's stupid, damn you. Okay, cancel. Got to set it up in the same way, otherwise it'll clash if I port it over to something else, or port something else into here. Lovely. Right, so that's the include directory. Linker. Edit the library directories. SDL2, lib. I'll take a 64, please, Bob. Thank you. Okay. And general. No, it's input, isn't it? Additional dependencies. Which one do we put it under? No, I'll put it under this one. Additional dependencies. Oh, God. SDL2.lib. Then it's SDL2 main.lib. Main.lib. God, don't you love doing this? And then it's SDL underscore net. I'm going to put it in anyway. SDL underscore net in lowercase .lib. And I've missed the two. .lib. Okay. I think we're okay. Sandbox. Rebuild. Can I open include file? I'm GUI.h. No such file or directory. You're right. You can't, because you're here. Oh, that's better. Source file. Include directories. Okay. Include directories. Properties. I knew I forgot something. C++. Got you. So we want dot slash and source. Oh, God. SOURC. It's not that, is it? It's $project directory. That's why. It's dollar. Open brackets. Project. dir with a capital D. And we'll take a copy of you and replace that dot. Okay. I've still got a character at the beginning of that which I can't see. Weird. I think we should do a dot slash as well, just in case, because this thing's stupid. It won't work that way though, will it? I don't know. Why not? It's in the same directory. I don't understand. Why can't you open that? It's just being stupid now. Okay. I love this system. I have no idea what the hell it's trying to do. It really makes no sense at all. X64's back. So delete. It's completely ignoring what I'm telling it to do. Why? I've asked it to do something and it's not doing it. Alright. Let's have a look at this thing. Hash include. I'm GUI. I might have these in the wrong order. Looking at what they've done there. Okay. So I'm GUI. Which one do we want? SDL.h. Okay. Does order matter? Why is he not picking up? Because I've forgotten how to spell. DirectX 12. Okay. Then it's asking for that. Then it's asking for those two. STDIO. Okay, we'll give you that as well. Why not? Yeah, about to say, that should be there. That should be there. It's SDL. Stunk. Nope. SDL. Why are you not there? What the hell's going on with the include system? I've got GUI common.h and I'm GUI. That's all I've got. Did I put this stuff, my headers in the wrong place? Additional include directories. Not working. can't it find them? So something's wrong with Visual Studio. Is the only thing I can think of. This is one of the biggest problems I have with Visual Studio, is you put in the commands, nothing happens. Password. I don't know. Let's try that one. Nope. No. Okay. That changed. Okay. What's general properties then? Oh, that's just the heading. La, 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 la. What happens if I do that? Nothing? Okay. Okay, then we put it back. What do we got now? Should be in executable. It's not. Where is it? It's in x64 debug, which I've told it not to use. Output directory. EX EC UTABLE. There's not two running. There's nothing running in the background that I can tell. Okay. I give up Visual Studio. What the hell are you doing? Right, I can build that one. I can build that one. It's not doing includes. It's accepted the first one and the rest it's just said no, I'm not doing it anymore. Right, that means there's something wrong with the includes. What does project dir equal? Okay, let's have a look. Right. C colon backslash blah 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 include. We've got a backslash in here. And that's a forward slash. We've got a double slash here. Okay, get rid of that one. Just Microsoft, put it the other way around. Oh, well that's an interesting thing. I didn't know you could do that. I'm taking that out, it's dangerous. Mm-hmm. Alright, this just filled up with a tons of other errors. 6 errors now. Why is it doing this? Why? What? Huh? Anybody got any help with Visual Studio? Just forgetting how to do anything? Come on, you bloody thing. Why can't you find anything? Does this mean I have to reset the whole computer because this thing doesn't know what the hell it's doing? It doesn't know what it's doing. Is that's $project directory. Edit. There's 2. Right, got ya. There's a mistake there. Apply. It still can't find anything. Right, so I think I solved that one. What am I on? Includes. I give up. It's here. I've got sddl.h. It's not working. It is refusing to work. For no apparent reason. I've had this before with Visual Studio. And I have no idea how to fix it. Absolutely amazing. It just loses totally its pathing. Oh well. I really did want to have a look at this. Oh well, stuff it. I don't care what it thinks. It's still coming back with X64. Open with. No, not media player. Try WordPad. So all we've got here is show all files. Okay. Oh, don't you just love XML? That's wrong. It's named it wrong. It's in Unicode, yeah, that's fine. Optimization, blah 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 blah. Platform toolset V143. Use the root D import group. Okay. Can't do much about that. I hate Windows. Can I go back to my old machine? It's usually Control F on these things, isn't it? SDL. No, that's the keyboard. SDL. Find next. Find next. Why is it SDL checked through everywhere? Here we go. Additional include directories are C:\\/ 2201. Yeah, include project directory source. I don't think you need that one in. The only thing that I can see could be wrong on this is right at the top, where it comes in for a root namespace. Okay. Rename. We'll take that underscore out. It seems to be upsetting it. Rename. And we'll take the underscore out. And there we go. Okay. Only thing that I disagree with in include directories. How are we normally doing it? That's for the game lib. I hate it. I give up with that lot. Totally. We've still got 3 errors. Which I really don't understand. Game lib. Dollar project. That's it. Client's got nothing. Server's got nothing. No. Don't know why. Put that one in. Put that one in. I don't know. They're just not going away. I've still got 3 errors and I can't do anything with them. Visual Studio. Well done. Well done. And it can't open the header files. Can't open these header files. Oh, hash include, I hate you. That means there's something wrong here. SDL. There's nothing there. Why? Anybody got any ideas? How you can do this? I've got no idea what the hell it's doing. Read the top of the I'm GUI.cpp. Yeah. I have a rough idea of what it says. Have I put it in the wrong line? Specifies more directories to add to the include path. Separated with a semicolon. Well. That's that then. I'm going to give up. I will restart my computer and see if that fixes the bugs, but obviously there's a problem. The problem is with Visual Studio, I believe. I may have done something stupidly, totally dumb and wrong, but for the life of me I can't see it. It's just coming up with more now. Yeah. Absolutely nothing I can do with this. Why is this here? Hold on. Those two are in the wrong place. Yeah, whatever. No, it's just buggering me about. So, stuff it. It's not going to work because it's decided it doesn't know how to handle include directories. Oh, we're down to 2 errors now, which is good. I do get fed up with this system, this IntelliSense. I get fed up with it a lot. I understand that one. I know what that one's about. You have to put both in. Okay. So the include files are not being allocated. can try and force the issue again. I shouldn't actually have to put that in. Because I also alter, I always do it, system information will do. I can get to it from there. No, I can't. Jeez. Raw environment, thank you. You see, it's already here. I actually place it into my environment for SDL2 so that it can pick up the libraries. I mean, this is just what you don't do, ever. You don't mess about with that one. It's just stupidity. Okay. There's nothing in executable. We're still getting in x64. Debug. The problem is the system is now set to something else and it won't change. Let's make an error. At least then I know it's my error. It doesn't even detect the error that I've made. Which means it's broken. Alright. Fine. That backslash has to be there. I didn't accidentally click on anything else in there, did I, at the same time? Why are we on 14? Alright, 14 will do. So I can't get rid of the errors, we can't run the program, which makes it just impossible to know what I'm doing, and it's creating files which it shouldn't do. That's good, isn't it? There's no other way of me refreshing this. So I'll leave it till next time. Right. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Nothing I can do. Server. We're going to start a new project. And it's going to be an MMO server. From probably start to finish. The client will just mess around with whatever we've got. We're going to use a game lib. So it's going to be an MMO server. We've got all the bits now. We've researched all the bits and pieces that we need to get it started. So so the initial server we'll go for a max of 25 players. And what we need is the base services. For those players. And information exchange. So what this basically means is we have to have a table, service codes. Now these can be as interesting or as difficult as you want. I would not advise using just integers, but that's probably what we're going to do. Or should we? These are the choices. You see, if you use integers, then you're stuck with integers. If you use letters and integers, then it becomes a little bit more tricksy to read your code. Not read as in, no. To decode the transferred data. We're not looking for encryption. There's no point. Because we're not going to be sending any data that is sensitive or useful to anybody else. So we're safe there. So I think we're going to use integers. Do we start at 0? No, 0 is going to be reserved. 0 is special. Why? Because it makes everything else easier if it is. So 0 So 0 is going to be shut down. At that point, we want all of our codes to be somewhere else. We can't have anything close to 0. So we're going to reserve the first set of codes as special. And we can use code 1 to, I'll say 100. Will we need any more special codes than 100? No, I'll do the standard 255. Those are for a different program. Let's put it that way. Okay? So we're going to reserve the first 255 codes to specialized functions, including a shutdown server. To use code 0, you must access via one of the reserved codes from a different system, which we haven't written. And we probably won't write. Because to write that on a stream would be stupid of me. After that, we have then got 256. That will be join server. I would say log on, but it isn't because we're UDP. UDP does not log on. It does not establish a connection between yourself and the server. All it does is send it a message. And you've got to have that reserved. I'll give you the hint for so you understand what I'm getting at. 127.0.0.1. So anybody, you need a separate client on the same machine as the server that you can run, and you can join the server under one of these 1 to 255 codes. Obviously, you don't tell anybody which one it is, and you don't tell anybody which ones your reserved codes are, and you don't tell everybody that it's got to be IP 127.0.0.1 to log in through those. But that's the idea. Right. And what the reserved client can do is operate any of the services between 1 and 255, which are written into the program. And you may think about banning people from a server. You may think about establishing a GM account or a GM join server, no, moderator for the server. You may make one of these reserved for a moderator package. You can do things like that, but you wouldn't use your reserve for moderator. You'd use a different set. you'd use a different set of numbers, say 256 to whatever. What would that be? 512. And you would split, you get a table of codes, but join servers. So 257 would be leave server. Again, you can't log off because you haven't established a connection. But you can tell the server that it doesn't need to remember you anymore. Now remember, services will only be given or allowed to people who are registered on the server or joined the server. So that 256 then becomes crucial. You would then look at which codes shall we use for game, not game mechanics, the game data. So you can have a set of codes. Now you can see why I wouldn't use integers. I'd use letters and integers for my codes. But it gives you an idea of really how complicated do you want to make it. Now for a basic server, I would say just use integers. It's perfectly fine. We've written the code for it. So you would have a service for updating player update. I think I'm going to use 512 for that. You could use then, oh God, what's the next one after that? One 1024. You might notice I'm picking these numbers in binary. There's a reason for it. We will use that for communications. Yeah, communications. And that's all you really need. You really don't need much more than that for a basic server. All you need to know is that you've reserved some for a special client, which hasn't been written and probably never will. You have a code for shutting the server down. You have codes to join the server and leave the server, and you have a player update code, and then you have communications codes, depending on how you want to handle your communications. And it's as simple as that. Now these codes can be handled in many different ways. Because what you've got to now think of is, how is this information going to be transmitted? So you are now looking at data transmission. Now I'm stuck. Maybe. How is this going to look? We are going to go for integers, so code. So you will have ID, then you'll have a hash. Oh no, you don't. That's a bad idea, isn't it? No. Flip the pen over. No. You can't do that. You would want a code. Whoops. Then we've got a hash. You want your ID. And you'll have a hash. And then you'll have your data. And it'll end in a hash. So that's your data transmission. All of these are integers. In our case, they are integers. Then our hash mark. So what we've done is we have simplified the whole idea of communications down to basic numbers. What's the problem? Size. Integers can get very big. We are using and we transmit a string of characters. Now, the special thing about computers is all characters at the basic level are ASCII codes, i.e. ASCII codes. The good thing about ASCII codes is they are 1 to 127. Which equals 2 bytes. And go from OX sugar. Well, it's OX 00 to OX, and I'll tell you what this means in a minute, 7F. So if any of the characters that are transmitted are outside of that, we're not including the hash. I think it's 37. I would have to have a look. La, la, la. 35. My bad. So 35 will fit within the range of OX7F, sorry, OX00 to OX7F, which is in hexadecimal. That's 2 bytes worth of hexadecimal. And that's how you can tell it. That's byte 1 and that's byte 2. And this is how we know it's 2 bytes. In decimal, it's 1 to 127. If you do look on ASCII tables, I need a keyboard for that. And they're very bright normally. Let's have a look at this one. Here we go. So if you look at 35, here, it's the hash mark. It's OX23. So that gives you an idea of exactly what's going on here. This is a hexadecimal. We don't usually use oct or oct 8, base 8. We use base 16 because that directly converts to binary. So I usually read things in hex. We don't need to touch it though as a programmer if we don't want to. Alright, didn't know you could do that. Right, so you can go past 127, but you go always into this weird stuff. The last character that is useful for us usually is about 122. We might use the other ones, but you know, you can use those as specials. 124 is a good one for specials. 126 is as well, and those can be special codes or characters reserved or whatever. You can reserve whichever characters off this you want to. I've reserved the hash. That's all. So it's quite strange how you want to deal with it all. Whether you want to just go by decimal or you want to use hex. If you want to use hex in a program, it starts with 0x. Pretty simple, really. Have you got it on this one? No. They're all just the same, aren't they? It's just people doing the same goddamn thing. I need the full code, though. Alright, hex. OX23. And that equals OX23. So when it comes to programming, it's your choice how you want to represent things within your program. Be very careful. As if you get too complicated, it becomes easier and easier to make mistakes. And data, how much are you saving between hex and like decimal? Not until you get over 100 do you save anything. But it's because it does go to 3 characters, where this is only in 2 characters, that you can save. Oh, well, it's actually, well, you chop the OX bit off and you just save it out like that. If you do a hex dump of anything, all you do is you get the bit after the OX. You just get the 00 to 7F bit, or FF bit, because it goes minus on 80. It's either 80 or 81 is minus 127. I can't remember which, and I'm not really bothered. Or minus 128, isn't it? But at the same time, you've got to bear that in mind, that if you do go past 127, all of a sudden things will flip to negative until you get to FF, OXFF, which is 255, is minus 1. So integers are positive and negative. You can get past that by using unsigned integers, and then you get 1 to 255. And that's where you come to make your choices for your variable types as well. If you're going to use integers, bear in mind, though, that's your max number there, 127. But maybe you want a world that's a kilometre by a kilometre, 1,000 metres by 1,000 metres. How do you transmit 1,000? Well, it's 1000 if you're using decimal. I have not got a clue what it is in hex. You'd have to convert it. But these are the kind of things that you then have to bear in mind. And the service codes can be held in a table within the program, or you make a spreadsheet and keep it private. Your choice. You can do anything you want, really. You could have like just an information leaflet or a chart made up of your service codes. But there's only 4 basic services that you need, which is join, leave, player update, and comms. And that's it. After that, you could have, say, 1024 is what? Not local chat. Yeah, local chat or whatever. Then you could have 1025 as broadcast. 1026 as whisper. That kind of thing. All can be handled differently, and should be handled differently. So those are the things that you could add at a later date as your server develops and you decide you want more services. You might not even want that in your game, so you could scrap the communications altogether. You might just want players to be able to smack each other and have fun, that kind of thing. But that's just the way it goes, and I think it's my cat's tea time. So that's the last bit of info I've got on servers. I am going to put together this table of services into a server, and that will be held on here on this server here, and then we're going to have a client and we're going to see what we can do in the meantime as a client. And if I can get GUI working, I'm GUI working or something like that, we can then start possibly looking at chat and player updates. They are very easy, trust me, to do, to implement. And all you do is you implement one thing at a time. So you implement join server, leave server, and of course, shut down server is your first implementation. You have to have that done first. Otherwise, you are in a lot of trouble. And you can either, I wouldn't put these into a game lib. I would leave this for whoever's writing their server to decide on how they want to do it. There's other things you do have to consider, like different types of broadcasts or transmissions. You may want a different type of transmission to this, which is encrypted or secure. And you might want the server to handshake and say, I received it, thank you, I got the full message. That kind of thing. No, it wasn't intercepted or whatever. And confirm what it received. That kind of thing. And then you can check to see whether anybody's changed your data along the way. Ah, sorry. Inactivity. My server just said, no. Stop being lazy. So you would then implement an encryption system. And it becomes very easy to use because you've got everything in place. Everything becomes very, very easy to do. As long as it's in place, you're fine. And then, well, actually, you'd probably do a TCP connection, to be quite honest with you. I think I will include that. I have started on the TCP connection, interestingly. I was messing about with it. So I've got it to the same state that we have with the other server. Oh, look, it can't find anything on this one either. That's clever. It's clueless, this machine today, which is okay. That means that its data things overflowed and it hasn't cleaned it up. How'd you clean that up? Interesting. There's an overflow happening. Anyway, I didn't program this. It's not my problem. So basically with TCP, this is the same program where you just open an IP address. What's this one? This one's receiving. This is the client. Client's receiving. What? Client text. Da 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 da. So what did I put? Did I do it the other way around on this one? Yeah, I did. Sending to a client. So this is exactly the same thing, but for TCP. And what you would do is break this down again into very, very similar. Well, you would have TCP network, you'd have ambertcp.c, ambertcp.h, and you would just break it down into the same style of AmberNet, but you probably do. Should I put UDP on this? Maybe I should. Really, I shouldn't, because it's Amber UDP. So underscore UDP. I'll look to that now, because this is more useful to me than the programs I've written. So you just change the names to TCP, and you do exactly the same style of send, receive, ID, server IP, AmberNet Quick. We'll put that in there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So I think this initial side is now finished. I've got to annotate all of this, like, yeah, put all my notes on it. Yeah, SDLnet underscore UDP, yeah. I think that makes sense now. Makes a hell of a lot more sense, as it follows on from the SDL stuff and their naming convention. There we go. You see, I've actually got a note at the bottom. Data being transferred is user ID, position X, rotation, and current status. That kind of thing. So what I've said on the whiteboard is slightly different, isn't it? And this is why I keep notes everywhere. So it's service code. Service code, user ID, data. That is your header. And you can split your code or your data that you are sending down to your server into various compartments. And then it becomes very, very easy to split, because service code and user ID, being the first two things to come through, mean that you don't need to read the rest of the data to find out what to do with it. or where to send, what program, or yeah, it could be a separate program, which part of your code or another program needs to deal with this, and where this data needs to be sent with this user ID to be processed. And you may have data, you could have graphics, you could have anything, you could have downloads of code, the list goes on. You can do what the heck you like with it, basically. But that's now more structured. I think I prefer that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've got one missing. Have I missed something? Okay, yeah. Zero. Generated as the last split code, if you want to use it. There is an option on that, what you want to do about it, and quite a lot of people do quite a lot about it. Because that 0 is a byte, 2 bytes. Yeah, 2 bytes long. You can do a lot with 2 bytes. A lot more than people think. It's called right, I'll go through the rest of the code and get that changed after. Now, no, I'm not going to go into it. That would be unfair. Too much information, and it's also private information, which tricky, tricksy. Yeah, I'll leave that alone. I think I'll leave it at that. I think we're okay. There's enough information there for you to build your own server. What I'm going to do is I will do a separate bit on my initial build. So it'll be server initial build. I might turn it into a beta. If I think it's worth it, I will. And as we go through the beta, I'll pop a game on it. Might be able to do that just on the initial build, actually. But we'll see. We'll see. Take care, peeps. I'm off for a week, so it's going to be 2 weeks before I'm back programming. And hopefully I've forgotten everything by then. That's just the way it is for me. For yourselves, take care, have fun, and experiment with servers. They are very, very useful. Making a multiplayer game is very, very easy. And as I've shown, there's not that much to it. All I did was a lot of experimentation, a lot of research to make sure that things would work the way you expect them to. Take care and have fun.